I could do it.
Oh, you want to do it? You can do it.
No, if you want to, you can.
No, you spoke first. If you want to, you can do it.
Well, we spoke at the same time. Do you want to?
I don't know. Do you want to do it?
No, not anymore. You do it.
Okay, fine. I will.
Fight!
So what had happened was last session, we, I guess we woke up, right? It was like waking up or something. We started the session off back in Ravnica after leaving the, Fey man's, shadow place of sadness, and woke up in a very different Ravnica.
I will say there was no sleeping. Like you walked through a gate,
and then
the order that you walk through the door, you sort of like you walk out and you're like, so hey, oh, why am I alone? Where's my friends? What happened?
Yeah. So it was bad. It's bad. A bad thing.
Funny thing is, if we all just waited by the door, we at least would have been together.
It's not how it works with this party. We don't wait. We started, I do believe, with Kallista, or was it Mirai?
I think I was first.
Yeah. Mirai, who, you
were chased by Eternals.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So the Eternal Gods popped up. You got chased by them. You ended up. I know you ended up deciding to go to the Caldera. And then I do believe the next person was Talon.
No, Talon was dead.
I was the last one.
So it went Mirai, Azra, Cordelia.
I
think it went Mirai, Kallista, then you.
Cordelia was 97. Talon was 99.
No, I was 99.
No, yeah.
Okay, Talon was 97 then.
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to remember which way it went because I thought it went up, not down. Or down, not up. Sorry. So yes. So it would have been Kallista next, who I don't think Kallista started at the.
She did, but she was like
very quickly left.
No, this is badness. Sewers for me. They are my home now. Bye bye.
Yes, and she ended up walking upon basically a deal going down between two cloaked figures and a woman and her children looking to get to Sanctuary. She was a little strapped on cash, so she could not afford to take herself and both of her children. Kallista at that point stepped in and attempted to make deals so that the mother and her children were not separated. She ended up paying the people leading everyone to Sanctuary. They just raised the prices like crazy. Ended up paying them some extra gold and offering her services, which they kind of were like, about. But they did agree to lead Kallista, as well as the mother and both children to Sanctuary. Oh yeah, they saw her fancy cloak. At that point, it was Azra's turn. She ended up at Mirai's old lab and was like, nope, something about this feels very bad, and proceeded to take a very stealthily and back roads type of way to the Caldera. Noticed some guards on the Death Bridge, over the Death Bridge chasm, and was like, no, I would rather deal with the Golgari, and then proceeded to go into the Death Bridge chasm to cross over to the waypoint. Then it was Talon, which I don't remember. How did Talon and Cordelia meet up?
Talon got kind of like caught by the Eternals, and Cordelia heard the commotion and rescued him.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
it was like some mutual rescuing, but she
Yeah.
thought she was rescuing.
I ran
Right.
away, ran into her, then we were like, oh shittle, and then we ran together.
Yes,
Mhm.
and you guys ended up in a garden in District 6 that
Yes.
Talon knew about, and broke in after, a few attempts at figuring out how to break into a garden gate. But you got in, and you were safely hidden away. Azra and Mirai met up in the chasm as well, I believe.
In the mountains.
And proceeded to travel together to the caldera. Upon getting to the caldera, they saw they saw 8 people spiked up in front of a ruined tavern building, to which Azra went by herself to investigate who those 8 people were, and discovered it was the party as well as a few of their loved ones. Upon discovering that, Azra went back, told Mirai that she saw herself and Mirai dead, but did not inform Mirai any further of who else was spiked up with them. They then decided it would be ideal to make their way into the city proper, and to Kallista's hideout at the old library in District 2, which they kind of ran into a problem when the Eternal Gods kind of were making a station out of the Waypoint Bridge, and they decided to try and do a double leap, because that bridge was much smaller and it was a possible thing to do a dimension door, which they did, and then ran to try and make a little bit more space. It wasn't great. They definitely were seen, and we kind of got marched forward upon, but were able to magically pop themselves off the bridge and then hide just on the other side, and then proceed to hide in the sewer system.
All according to Keikaku.
Yeah, it was all according to plan. That was the whole plan. Nothing bad happened. Then I do believe we jumped back to Cordelia and Talon, who discovered Talon's sister and his sister's dryad wife, basically also hiding out in this garden area. Talon's sister informed Talon that his brother was missing, which we know he's dead, but Talon doesn't know that. And also his father had passed away. Talon was also informed that it has been 5 months from the last time that they were in Ravnica, and that basically everything had went to hell. And I do believe that Talon was informed about Nicobolus.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Talon then proceeded to go, well, fuck, and sent a bird messenger to deliver Azra a message. Then I believe we went back to Kallista for a little bit, and Kallista was able to get to a stopover towards Sanctuary, which happens to be the library hideout. She kept herself hidden away so that no one saw who she was. Realized that Yiva was currently in charge of basically the whole production that was going on that Kallista had established. But she has kept herself hidden because, you don't want to see yourself it fucks up timelines when you meet different versions of yourself. It's a bad idea. Then I do believe we went back to Mariah and Azra, who decided to travel through the sewer system to keep off the streets. They did that, ended up running into some Golgari. Azra was not good at hiding, but she was, thankfully, okay with talking her way out of dealing with the Golgari, but it also helped, I guess, that she was in Orzhov clothes and is attractive to Golgari people. She got hit on. It was weird. They were in the sewers. It's not the best place to hit on somebody, but they're Golgari.
I mean, when the
so
world has ended.
I mean, yeah, I can think of worst.
I don't know. The world is ending, and in the sewer system, it's a weird place to get hit on. I don't know about you, Roan.
I'll take what I can at that point.
Yeah, that's fair. But they were left alone. Azra did, however, get invited to go and drink with the Golgari person, and was informed. I can't remember what the tavern's name was, but basically he let her know where she could find him. To which Azra was like, "No, but okay, thanks." And then they proceeded to head to the library, which they were able to get there, and then discovered that things were changed. There was no longer a door. It seemed to be just kind of stoned over. Mariah discovered that it was a very powerful magical illusion, to which
Very
she was
powerful.
very powerful.
And the
Definitely
cleverest
her
wizard.
Yeah, definitely her handiwork. No one else could do this. It's only Mariah, the best wizard in all of Ravnica. She was able to dispel it after many attempts to just move the rocks. Failed quite quickly. And then Azra attempted to break into the door, but was unsuccessful and kind of got frustrated and then just bamfed in, because to her understanding, she had pretty much seen everyone that would have been here was dead, so she really wasn't too worried about what she was going to find on the other side. And then she almost died after being, poisoned and shot just so much. Upon being brought back to consciousness by a very nice healer halfling lady, she was immediately interrogated and kind of just was like, well, I've almost died, so my whole illusion would have fallen off, and this is very clearly much me. Also, please let Mariah in and don't shoot her. To which
They shot me a little.
They shot you a little. And then we got tied up, and we are... Oh, and at some point, a bird came and told me that Cordelia and Talon were around, and they were going to the Caldera, to which Azra was like, please don't go to the... Or basically told Mariah to send to them, please, that don't go to the Caldera to meet them at the library, but to go the long way. Because the Death Bridge...
Importantly, we assumed it was empty at the time, the library. So.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
exactly.
The two, and I think as the camera pans over the now pretty desolate version of Ravnica, we see our favorite buddy cop duo,
Yes.
Cordelia and Talon, maneuvering, I'm gonna say probably somewhere in Precinct 5. As they decided to really take the long way, go from Precinct 6 into Precinct 5, skirt around the Ismeri Library, and enter through Precinct 4, and then down. The long way. We see our two not so heroic friends. Well, I mean, they're plenty heroic sometimes. but today is not the day when you raise your banners high and ride into battle. So the two of them are being stealthy.
Mhm. Clip, clock, cling, clang, clip, clop, cling.
Uh-huh.
Clip
Can
clong
I get stealth checks from our
clang. Of course you can.
mhm.
Can I persuade the world to be quiet?
Yeah. Armor, I need you to be quiet right now. Please.
Oh my god.
Oh my-
Mariah and Azra are gonna get killed being held hostage. Fucking Cordelia and Taylor are gonna get killed because they just clicked.
Okay, this is the best way to start off. Like the
Sure
first
would be
roll.
bad
for
if
the
any
two-
Eternals were around.
You know, actually, I would like to say, I blame Joe because Joe rolled a 1d2 and rolled a 1, so obviously it's cursed somehow.
I mean, that's a lot of natural ones that have been rolled.
Yes.
3 out of 4 nat ones.
What happened here?
I don't know. Oh god.
So I think as the two of them are like just skirting behind the Isbury Library, they are spotted by a patrol, and the patrol. Can I get 2 athletics checks from?
2.
Ooh.
At least you guys didn't skip.
Well,
like
you're
that.
going to escape. That's not a problem.
Don't worry, I'll pick you up.
Please. Because I'm full.
Yeah. I need one more from you, Cordelia. So Cordelia is good. Like she's so good.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, yeah, I can straight out outrun these people. And Talon's like, well, yeah, but I have excellent movement speed, he says, as he immediately runs into like some garbage cans, making
Yeah.
a hell of a racket. And just being like, oh shit.
Yup.
And then there's like this long drawn out scene where like he's trying to clip Club away with his like good movement speed, but like one of the trash cans is like stuck on his hoof and he's like,
God
fuck, I
damn it.
can't get this shit off. Like, what is going on? Why are we so shit today? All in all, leading Talon and the Eternals on the merry chase, and I think Cordelia tries to help, like when she can, but you know, it's a fucking struggle bus with Talon today. Like you don't know what happened, but
Like going around a turn and just shouldering his hindquarters so he doesn't wipe out and then run.
Pretty much.
so we will get back to you and your amazing body cop adventure. Meanwhile, Kallista, Mirai, and Azrael, you're all in the basement. Kallista, I mean, you see, like, you've seen this. You've seen all of it.
Right. Yeah, I was about to stab whoever was coming through, but luckily, apparently, like, too far away. Yeah. I mean, I'm not letting my cover up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, probably at any point. Certainly not in front of other people.
So, Mirai and Azrael, you're tied up.
They did take our gags off, though.
They did take your gags off.
We were explaining
Foolish
under
people.
Zone of Truth how
Oh,
innocent we are.
Yes, that is very true. Actually, yeah, they popped a Zone of Truth.
so how do you explain this? Like time travel? What do you think we are?
I mean, anyone can travel forward in time easily enough. We were in another plane of existence that just happened to move faster along the temporal track than Ravnica.
Yeah, you definitely get a look like the fuck.
I mean, so fairies are real and they have their own dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I mentioned we went to the Shadow King's dimension, and that was fine. I think I misplaced something, but you wouldn't know of any time machines completed by me anywhere, would you?
And like she actually like pats her pocket. Nope, seems like I am fresh out of time machines. So sorry.
That's okay. Not everyone can be me. Well, we're sorry for dropping your wards, and we'll just be on our way. There's another place I'd like to check.
And where's that?
It's kind of secret. It's okay, you don't need to worry about me. I won't die twice.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a look like, is she for fucking real?
Well, she's fucking insane, so.
Yeah.
Ezra's
Insanely
just kind of
confident.
like crossed her legs over each other, just is kind of sitting there listening to this, like, still kind of bleeding out, guys.
Ooh, or would you rather check out this sanctuary?
What is sanctuary? What is the sanctuary?
They mentioned it, didn't they?
They did. I'm asking outwardly what is sanctuary.
I'm not sure they'll tell us. What will you tell us? What is sanctuary?
I mean, I'm going to be very honest with you. Having spent a good deal of the last few years with the ability to change my face, I was almost killed, in which case my disguise will fall away. And also, you've put us in a zone of truth. So, we can't lie, and also we can't hide who we are. I don't know what more proof you want.
Ooh, ask us something only the real Mariah and Ezra would know. That's what you're supposed to do in these situations, isn't it?
Fine. Azrael,
Yes.
how did your father die?
What?
Your father, how did he die?
I don't. I can't. He's
Um,
dead?
We need questions that relate to Ziviskir or earlier. last Ziviskir. If you recall, we are from a different time stream.
Fine.
What about my mother? No. Fuck these questions. What happened to my family?
There was like, I don't know, like a vampire lady went super angry, killed a bunch of them.
Who?
Julia, Talia, something like that.
No, I know who fucking killed them. Who in my family is dead?
Um, I think your mother's okay. And your sister.
All right. Do you know where they are?
I believe they are at Sanctuary.
Ask your questions. Then. Do whatever you need to do to prove that we are who we are. I need to go to Sanctuary.
Splendid. So, you say you were in some kind of fate dimension. How did you end up in this timeline then?
I mean, that is the question, isn't it? Fairies are tricky creatures.
We walk through a gate. Outside of that, we don't know exactly how it is we got here.
Is Kallista alive?
We don't know. The only thing I know is that she died with us. At least the versions of us that belonged here.
What about the version that belongs with you?
I don't know. We know of Talon and Cordelia's survival. They have well, to be fair, we don't really. They communicated with us a few hours ago.
I can send to her when we've built up enough trust that you will not shoot me for casting a spell. I hope she's alright. Those zombie types upstairs are quite the menace.
The Eternals are a bother. Agree.
Do we know where they came from?
He brought them.
So there's a he, and he's can be stopped.
Well, he is Nicobola.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Nicobolas?
The God Emperor of Ravnica.
God Emperor? What?
We knew he was a shady dragon working with... Oh, what's his name? Dovin Bond, but... in our timeline, he hadn't come to this dimension yet. I guess he's truly as bad as everyone feared.
Worse. Much worse. So... what's the last thing that you In your timeline, what's the last thing that happened?
We went to the Shadow King's land not long after the wedding. We remember that.
Who's wedding?
Between Tomek and Sariel?
Savior.
Okay.
There, yes.
Okay, that's the Orzhov, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that happened here as well. That's good. That gives us something to work with. So did the assassination happen?
We thwarted it. In our time stream, Blade Master Garrow, controlled by Bola, tried to kill any Prospero that he could.
No, I mean the assassination of Ral. Did it happen?
The what?
The assassination of what?
Yes, Ral. He was assassinated. I'm gonna take it that that didn't happen in your time.
No.
Yeah, not while we were around.
Interesting.
What day did that occur? We left on, I believe, the 23rd of Ziviskir.
The 30th, I think. So that would have been right after.
Do you mind if I take notes? 30th. Ziviskir.
So, you confer a bit, and through comparing, you realize that, like, the thing that really kicked things into high gear was the assassination of Ral. That's when, like, Nico Bolas declared his hand. Within days of Ral being dead, Nivix was taken over by agents of Nico Bolas.
That's not good.
And with them controlling, pretty much every system that runs Ravnica.
Yeah, they
It's
just need to show
weird.
up, claim ownership.
Yeah. It's like a modern terrorist attack in that, you just take the communication, transit, power, water, control all of it, and then you're like, bend the knee or else, and people are just like, well, shit.
Good old interdimensional imperialism. Okay. Well. So that's sorted. Did we not go missing, though, for all this time?
No?
Interesting.
Why would you go missing?
Well, if our other versions did similar actions as us, they would have also met the Moonlit King.
I suppose. So, that leaves us in a bit of a conundrum. You're supposed to be dead, and now you're running around with no idea of what's actually happening, and knowing you, you're bound to find trouble, because that is what you do.
That's a fair assumption, I will have to agree.
So what am I to do with you? I could kill you. You're already dead. I don't
wouldn't be
really see a
very sporting.
benefit to it.
Could always kick us out, and then I'm sure the Eternals would do the rest.
Where are you said you'd been in contact with Cordelia and Talon. Where are they?
They're heading here. It's where we asked to meet them. We did
Yeah.
not. To be fair, I was going to be under the understanding that everyone who knew about this place was dead. I did not think that it was going to be full of refugees.
Wow.
Don't get us wrong, it's good that this is being used for such a noble purpose.
I don't really know what to do with you. And she like gestures and someone like puts the gags back in. I'll think about it. Put them in. Put them in the innermost room. Keep eyes on them. And you're like, they're not exactly gentle, but they're not like roughing you up either. It's very much like, you know, this is my job.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna shove you in this hole. Here
Yep.
you are. Have a hole.
Okay.
This is where we are.
Mm-hmm. And do you have any intention of doing anything in that hole?
Well, we directed Cordelia and Talon to come here. I know it's dangerous now. I probably can't send being all gagged and hogtied.
Are we being currently watched, or are we just locked in a room?
You are being, like, there is a guard.
Okay. So I'm just gonna regale everyone with stories, gagged or not gagged.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to hold off, but if I will say that if like the intentions are that they are going to kill us, I don't know. I would like to summon my blade into my hand, but I would like to summon it as a dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Like a small cutting tool, and I would like to try and cut away at my bindings
Sure.
slightly.
Give me a sleight of hand.
Yes.
And I will distract the guards with my crazy story, and I'll even use minor illusion since it requires no verbal component. Well, it does do somatic, and I probably can't do full somatic components.
Yeah,
Never
Azrael,
mind.
like you're being sneaky about it,
Mhm.
but and like it takes you probably like 45 minutes to
I don't want to
not
cut all
just
the way through, but I would like to cut the ropes so that I could, like, if need be, just be able to, like, yank my hands apart enough to break it.
yeah.
Because I feel like they would notice a pile of rope on the ground.
Yeah. Mm. Putting people in places.
Putting people in places. That sounds a lot like combat.
No,
Mhm.
not necessarily. So, Cordelia, Kallista, you're still not doing anything?
I mean, I'm listening and observing all of this,
Mhm.
yeah, but yeah, that's it.
Give me a perception check. Okay. There's a definite like mood of unease. People are scared about the newcomers that sort of like magic their way in here. Is this place as safe as they thought? Maybe they should leave. Try to get to Sanctuary on their own. People have thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Um, in other news, yeah, like you're still in your like little curtained off area of safety. But it's one of those like it's pretty easy to like discreetly pay attention to what people are talking about because
Yeah.
even though people are like being quiet and respectful, it's still like not actual rooms, just sheets of fabric separating people.
Yeah, and I mean, I would still be able to, like, disguise myself and, like, head out and grab food or, like, move around places to get better, you know, a better ear on things. I mean, I would be doing that sort of stuff, but priority one is not being found to be who I am.
That is valid. So, Talon and Cordelia.
Clip, clop, clip, clop, clop, clip.
Clang, 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 clang.
Can I get another set of stealth checks from you?
Let's see if we can do above 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we can.
Yay!
Yay!
Above a 1.
Above 1. Oh god.
Yeah, and you know, Talon, once you got rid of that garbage lid of your hoof, you're a lot quieter now.
Clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop.
Cordelia is still in the, you know, clear, 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 clear as she walks. But you managed to make like a wide loop behind the Ismaili library, seemingly having lost the people that were following you. Um, this has gotten you into precinct 4. The upper ends of it, the like parts that border the rubble belt. And it does seem like the gruel has penetrated further into Precinct 4 than they used to. So as you're moving alongside Sunholm has fallen.
But we kind of knew they were fucked.
Yeah.
As you cross behind Sunholm, between Precinct 4 and Precinct 3, give me a perception check.
Perception. Nani?
Yeah, I feel like Cordelia is pretty distracted by seeing the crater that's her, former place of work. Talon, to your left, as you're coming south, you swooped around and now you're walking between Sunholm and Celestia, the Celestia Conclave. You can see the tall trees of the Celestia in the distance, but there are also breaches in the wall. And there's the occasional thin pillar of smoke. Like, a lot of things are left in Celestia, but it does seem quite there's definitely been fighting. And it seems that Celestia, like, they've fallen back from the like outer ring to behind to the Concordance and the Great Concourse. So like Beast Haven, that area has been like given up.
Fair enough. Of course, we're holding up better than the Boros because, haha.
Talon?
No, I didn't say that in game. Like just doing the fist pump, like, yeah.
Yeah,
No.
but another difference is that a lot of Celestia lives inside the Conclave,
Yep.
whereas most Boros lives like only enlisted, like young people tend to live inside the fortress. Like,
Yeah.
once you get married, you move out.
Celestia basically have their entire force concentrated in one location. So, yeah.
It's like, if someone blew up the Pentagon, like, that's not where the main like, people don't live in the Pentagon. Like, generally, people don't live in Sunholm.
But you know what? At least Boros tried to help the people. Celestia was like, nope, close the doors, close the doors!
By the way, Celestia is the people, so...
Guildless, my friend.
But yes, there are some thin columns of smoke leading you to believe like there have been fires, but there are also like thinner, whiter ones leading you to believe that there are like campfires within the Concordance and the Great Concourse.
Yeah. Just seeing that he mostly thinks to himself that, well, at least there are still bigger pockets.
outlet.
Still surviving.
And by the end of the afternoon, you have sort of like skirted around and made your way to Precinct 2, where the library is located. You can see New Prov towering above you. You're in the shadow of it. It still stands. And the glowing insignia of Azorius that often used to like spin as like a light show between the three towers
Mhm.
has been replaced by a stylized depiction of an ancient horned dragon.
But unfamiliar dragon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't take much to realize that it's Bolos. It sure as hell isn't Niv.
Yeah.
Niv was bowlers all along.
Dun, dun.
So, what would you like to do? Like, you know multiple ways in and out of the library. So, how would you like to proceed?
I feel like they should do really the least noticeable,
Mm-hmm.
just in
That's the
case
thing.
someone is following.
I dare say that's the sewer.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you're faced with a cave-in.
Well, it would seem the other option is the only one then.
I suppose so.
Except if you feel like moving stones.
No, I don't. I don't have that capability. I mean, I would if I wanted to, but
Yes,
I don't want.
you have 2 boulders for arms, so you could.
Thank you. Yes. Yep. All right, let's move to the other.
So, are you going in through the main door, or are you finding a way to get, like, up on the roofs and going in through the apartment?
I'm not going up on a roof, I'm a fucking horse.
Isn't there a back door too?
There is a back door.
Let's go in the back door. Wink, wink.
Oh, wink, well, not. Okay.
Why are you
Give.
both like this?
Because they're the buddy cop duo.
It's locked with a pretty solid padlock. Do any of you have lockpicking tools?
No.
No.
I have lock breaking tools. Flex, flex.
And that'll
Would you
make
like
noise.
to try and break it?
Yes.
That'll make noise.
Roll me a strength check.
Oh boy.
It is really solid. You do flex amazingly, though.
All right. Looking to go up on the second story. Is there any obvious paths that like a rock climber could just muscle it?
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
shimmy up the storm drain.
So, if you, about 3 houses further up, there's a building that's like kind of terraced and like half terraces. Like, it's a bit of a climb, but you have the athletics to do it easy. And then you can walk across the roofs, jump down onto the balcony here, and get it that way.
Talon, do you think you could manage that? Or am I going in alone and trying to find another way to get you in?
I could always try, but I would say the safer option would be you go up. I mean, if they told us to meet here, then it should be safe.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Such a good point. Like, oh my god.
Wisdom. So yeah,
Mhm.
Delia's gonna scurry on over and do parkour stuff. I almost said porkar.
Pork on stuff.
Give me an athletics. Yeah, it's a bit of a climb, but I mean, you're skilled at this kind of stuff. And give me a investigation too.
Everything's
Yeah.
fine.
I mean, it looks fine. The terrace is pretty. There's like some plants, pots that been like thrown over. It's not like it's been vandalized. It's more like there was fighting and some shrapnel hit.
Oh.
There's a section of the apartment where the French windows are. That's like the windows are gone. You can just walk in. The glass has been blown out.
Oh.
Roll me 86. And the dex. Yeah, so you take 29 points of fire damage as you step on a fireball. Also known as Glyph of Warding.
She'll pick up her pace.
Head towards the stairs. Meanwhile, downstairs, Kallista, an alarm goes off. It's not super loud, but it is insistent in that, like, wah, 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 wah.
More panic.
No, like, it's turned off pretty quickly. And you see, Yiva over in like the corners by the stairs with a group of people, like sending like 5 people that way, 5 people that way, 5 people going, you know.
Sure. They're responding to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. is around my office at this point?
Right now, around your office, I'd say probably no one. The only person that you've seen in that area is Kina, who has like her own bedroom, but it's not the office, you know.
Yeah, I mean, while they're distracted with that, I guess I would try to, if I can, while being unseen, get into my office and see if there's anything that I can find in there about, like...
You cut out.
I want to try to see if I can sneak into my office unseen.
Sure, give me a stealth check. And a sleight of hand. Like, I assume you have the keys, but it's like, you know, quiet. Yeah. You can sneak into your office.
Yeah, I want to check around and see, like, I know how I would sort things. So I want to look through, you know, like, I've heard some dates. I've heard about Ral being assassinated. So, like, who killed him? When did this happen? Maybe I can find some clues about, you know, I heard Azra say that I was dead and we all were dead, so I want to find out, like... Well, I mean, obviously I'm not going to have written down who killed me, but...
Yeah.
I died at
But I
such and such
can
time.
know, like, what we were doing at the time and put some pieces together.
Yeah, give me investigation. So most of the ledgers and stuff are where you would, you know, assume for them to be. Like, you had the system, it seems Yiva is following generally the same kind of system. Starting from the latest and going back, like the latest ledger, it's all in Yiva's handwriting. And then going back to last month, all in Yiva's handwriting. It appears you guys went into hiding about 2 months ago.
Okay.
At that point, Yiva took over the operation. Previous to that, there is something written in a code.
Okay.
It's in your handwriting. But you don't know what it says.
Okay, I'll copy it.
Meanwhile, Cordelia, where are you heading? Like, downstairs so you can open the door for Talon?
Yep. Everything's fine. That was probably just like a really old ward. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Give me a stealth check. I feel like you're trying to like be pretty sneaky, even if you're not like.
Nah.
Yeah, that
I
sounds
don't think
about
I'm
right.
trying.
Yeah, sounds about right. So you're making your way down the stairs, and it's like, was that footsteps? Did I just hear Nah, it was probably the house next door.
Yeah, duh.
Couldn't be this. And you're just rounding onto the second floor when you see about 3 people with crossbows.
Hands up.
What are you doing here?
My friends told me to meet them here.
And like, there's definitely an exchange of glances. Like, fuck, like, when did this turn into? Is our security a joke to you people? Get on the ground, hands behind your back.
Okay, just so you know, I have another friend outside at the back door. We're not here to cause any trouble. As she's getting down on the ground.
Yeah, and like they're pretty quickly and efficiently, you know, putting some manacles on you, helping you get back up into a standing position, and pretty much frog
Thank
marching
you.
you down. And Talon, you're like,
Wow, she's being really slow.
was that an? No, that couldn't have been an explosion.
Nah. That really was an explosion.
Why is Cordelia like so slow? This isn't like. No, hey, it's exactly like her.
Mm-hmm. Can I see where she went up? Like where she got into the place? Is there a clear line of sight within 30 feet?
To like that first ledge, yeah, but there's like it's terraced housing, so there's like multiple ledges that were like climbed up. And as you're like standing there considering your options, you hear like a click of the door.
I just look around, make sure no one's there, and then open the door and peek in. Everything all right, Cordelia? Took you a while.
And I think you see the crossbows first, and then the people holding the crossbows, and then Cordelia standing with slightly sheepish expression, like, guess I got caught.
You got the door open.
Wonderful. Whoever you are, may I step inside so those thingamajigs do not spot us?
Yeah, one of the guys like gestures like with the crossbow, like, yeah.
I step inside and just close the door behind me and just keep the hands where they can see them because I don't want to get shot.
And there's like a whispered conversation, like, oh, do you like put something on legs, like never had to restrain a fucking centaur before. And they're like, well, I'm not comfortable climbing onto his back to like restrain his hands behind his back. I'm like, no. So they end up like shackling your hands in front of you, which, as everyone knows, is a horrible way to restrain a person.
It's a terrible, terrible way of playing.
But
they can always shoot
they're
you
like,
if you cause trouble, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And as they meet up with the other group that was also sent upstairs, who was doing perimeter checks, there's about 10 people with you. About half of them are carrying crossbows, and the other half, well, they're not unarmed. as you are led downstairs to the basement. Kallista, give me a perception check. You hear it, but it's too late for you to like get out of the office. Like you hear it like, yes, take them to my office. I will question them there. You're like, shit, now everyone's gonna be looking at the office door. What would you like to?
I guess I have to try to hide in there then.
Sure. Any specific place you're trying to hide?
I mean, there's not a lot there, so...
There's a corner behind the couch.
Yeah, probably there. I mean, I imagine that, like, being in there, I would have some pretty obvious places that would be good and some obvious ones that would be bad, so...
Yeah. I feel like behind the sofa is, you know, it's a pretty shitty place, because anyone, like... If anyone was searching it for intruders, they would immediately find you. But the only other, like... The two other places you could possibly hide is up the chimney of, like, the fireplace. And, you know, trying to be in a chimney for an extended period of time without sneezing or causing any ash to fall down would be incredibly hard. Or under the desk, and if someone is sitting on the desk,
Yeah.
will be noticed. So, on a list of shitty options, you choose the least shitty one.
Yeah.
Can I get a stealth check? Yeah, you're like... You squeeze next, like, between the sofa and the wall, tucking yourself into a corner where, like, there's some greenery in there, so, like, if anyone's sitting at the desk, they won't... Like, the greenery is kind of also giving you some protection. And, like, as soon as you've, like, gotten your knees pulled up, you hear the door open.
Okay, I'm paying attention to how many people are coming into the room.
You hear 5 footsteps. It appears, well, no, you hear 4 footsteps and 1 set of cloppering hooves. Clip, flop, clip, flop. Have a seat. She gestures towards you, Cordelia.
Thank you.
How come you find yourself here at my doorstep?
Well, that is a loaded question. We didn't know it was your doorstep. This was previously, I guess, one of our good friends' places, doorsteps.
But we were told to come here by 2 friends of ours.
Do they have a name? These friends of yours?
Yes. Azrael and Mirai. Why aren't they here?
They are being detained currently.
What did Azrael do now?
She's alive.
I am so sorry for any trouble she may have caused. She has some rough edges, but she means well.
I see. So, what are your plans now that you're here?
Meet back up with them. Find the other friend who used to own this place, if she's even around here. We got a bit split up with some Fae shenanigans. Could they be any more disorganized in their realms?
I see.
Oh, I'm being so rude. I didn't ask your name. So sorry.
It's Eva. We've met before. In passing.
We have?
We have. I mean, it makes sense that Cordelia wouldn't remember because it was right after Azrael got your entire crew killed and you were really angry, and Eva was there, but you were never, like, introduced.
So her face would look somewhat familiar.
Yeah,
but
like, I've seen
Cordelia
you
doesn't
before.
have a. I'm so sorry. Eva, it's so nice to see you again. I'm sorry, we've been chased around the entire goddamn city for hours. My brain is not here.
Quite alright. Well, this other friend, I'm assuming you're referring to.
Kallista, yes. Yep.
Is she alive?
Don't know. I
hope
would
so.
assume and hope. Yes. Yeah. We all came from exactly the same place. We got into contact with Azrael and Mirai. Have not been able to contact Kallista, but we all kind of assumed that we would meet either here or our other usual meetup place before everything went to shit.
The Caldera.
Yes. Lots of bad guys on bridges.
They do that. I see. Meanwhile, Azrael, what are you up to? Like, you have escaped your bonds.
Oh, I will stay seated. I'm not moving or anything to rise suspicion. It's just in case they were coming in to kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a precautionary measure.
So Eva gives the two of you the look over, and she's like, "Why don't we reunite you with your friend, and you can all get some rest. We'll reconvene in the morning, and we'll talk about how to proceed."
Okay.
Would be most appreciated.
Rest would be amazing. Do you have any water by chance? I forgive me for asking. It's been a long.
We do have water. I'll have someone direct you to a room. I'm sure, sorry, but space is kind of at a premium, so the four of you are going to have to share.
Oh, that's fine. We're used to that.
Eyebrow wiggle.
No, she's pretty stone-faced about it.
No.
And she like looks behind you and gives a nod to one of the people at the door. Take them to the room with the others. And yeah, you get led up. Like, this is familiar. You all had rooms here in the past. And I think there's a moment, like, Azrael, you can hear people, like, heavily armored people coming up the hallway. And you're, like, tensing and preparing for whatever might come through the door.
Yeah, I got one spell slot saved.
And there's a knock. And the guard that's inside the room with you, like, stands up and opens the door. And you see another guard, one that's very familiar to you, Azrael.
Is it Merrick?
It's Merrick.
Bastard man. Is he coming in by himself?
No, he's kind of like smirking at you and giving you like a two-fingered salute as he holds the door open to admit Cordelia and Tezzeret. As he, like, at this point, your bonds, like the ropes around your wrists, the shackles, they have been removed.
Wonderful.
Not yours, Talon and
Yeah.
Cordelia's.
Thank you.
Oddly enough, it's okay. I did it myself.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kallista, they're not gagged.
And Talon is like, well, here we are. I understand that one's a bit of a handful, and he gestures towards Azrael, and we would recommend leaving the gag on that one. He gestures to Mariah.
Who? Merrick?
To Merrick and
Yes.
you.
I'll
would
leave
say
you to
those
it.
are accurate. All right. Have a good night.
You as well. And you hear the door closing, a muffled conversation outside the door, and footsteps, like, going down the hall.
There's still a guard in this room?
No. The guard seems to have taken up a new position, now on the outside of the door.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna break free of my bonds and take my gag off.
Mariah will just look at you expectantly.
I'll look at her. and then
Cordelia,
I'll-
it's so good to meet you. Oh, hugs, hugs, sweet.
I'm gonna look at Mariah and go, you have to stop talking, please.
There's a bit of a stare down, but then Mariah will nod, like, mm-hmm.
I will take her gag off, and I will cut her ropes away so she can get out.
Wow,
I thought you
thank
said
you.
robes.
It got weird real quick.
You would like to leave?
Meanwhile, Kallista, you're still in the office. Yiva hasn't gotten up from behind her desk, and you see, like, you hear her talking to the other person still left in the room.
Okay.
How many people do we have in town? And you hear, like, the other person, like, make a considering noise. All in all, around 70 maybe that are loyal. I need you to get me Ferellan. But that would mean... And she's like, I know what that would mean. I need you to get it. As you wish, mistress. And there's like a single set of footsteps leaving the room, closing the door. You still haven't heard Eva leave. So...
Could I tell who she was talking to?
No. It was a female. Like, she's one of the guards. You've seen her around, like you've heard her voice before. But it's not someone that you are familiar with from your previous
Okay.
thing. What would you like to do?
I'm just
And
gonna-
basically, are you gonna chill behind the couch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd keep an ear out to see like if I can tell what she's doing, if she's writing something or like looking through things, just trying to like echolocate what she's working on where, and yeah.
Yeah, like she does appear to be doing some form of paperwork. Like there's writing, unrolling of scrolls, probably like periods of quiet, that's probably reading. A little bit more writing. There's a dull thudding noise. As if she's like punching the table, maybe, like being frustrated. Deep sigh, more scribbling. And it sounds like, angry scribbling, annoyed, like the movements are jagged and sharp, and there's like scritch, like underlining of things.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to just wait until she leaves.
Okay. What about the four of you? You have been reunited. The room is small, but
If
it could
Mariah's
comfortably
her-
sleep 2 people, and now it's sleeping 4.
3 and a horse.
3 and a horse.
Mm-hmm.
So what did you guys do to make them so mad at you?
Well, we didn't know they were here, and defenses were brought down. Teleportation happened. I was told not to talk, so I'll let Azrael explain anything else that you're confused on.
I just meant don't, and no more stories. I had to hear you mumble for almost 2 hours.
I mean, I tired myself out by like the first hour.
You think you did, but I feel like you have a bad comprehension of time.
Ouch, you wound me.
Wow.
Okay, so I stepped in a warding trap fire. Not the worst.
Oh, so that's what I heard.
Yeah.
I will
It
say
was
that if it was just a ward, that was a little bit better than what I teleported into, which was
What did they do?
acid and then crossbows. But
Ooh.
Well, it's good that you're a resistant woman.
yeah, well,
So, why were you guys still, like, handcuffed and gagged?
I have a feeling that they don't believe who we are is who we are.
Oh. Oh. Eva remembered.
I mean, they remembered us too. I think they thought maybe we were some kind of spies. We were disguised, but they use the zone of truth, so they know at least we believe our own story.
Hmm.
Oh. Well, so Eva said that we can rest for the night, and then they'll decide what the next step is in the morning.
I should try contacting Kallista. I'm worried about her.
You haven't
Please.
heard anything from
No,
her?
we haven't.
Yeah, do your sending stuff. Come on.
Yeah, if they didn't take away my apparatus, I will send to Kallista.
Sure. What are you sending?
Hmm.
Please let us know if you are all right and if you are somewhere safe.
The four. Yeah, the four of us are in your library bunk. Yiva is running a refugee camp here. Please disclose your location and are you safe?
Am I the only one who's like really hoping that she's like, I'm behind the couch? That would be hilarious. But yes, you are behind the couch and you receive this message.
Is there a verbal component to it, or is it completely in my head? And if I respond,
I believe it does have a verbal component.
It says
Then-
answers in a like manner. And you hear the message in your mind, but I don't know. It's kind of to the DM. It doesn't specifically say one way or the other.
Yeah, like if you were going to answer, I think you would like at least have to whisper the words. Like you wouldn't have like you're not the one, so you don't have to be like, "Come Shamala, quack quack. This is the sending of my spell." But like you at least have to whisper the word.
I won't do that then.
Yeah. So Mirai, like you send it out there, and you don't get anything.
Well, the message was sent. No response.
She could be somewhere unsafe then.
Yeah,
She could
potentially.
be hide.
At least she knows where we are now.
But it definitely reached her, right? It wasn't like sending
Yes.
to a dead person, right?
I would know the difference, right? Between
Yeah, it felt like it connected. Kallista, give me a perception check. Yeah, you hear Yiva like the scraping of wood against stone as she stands up from the desk. There's a ringing of keys. It seems to come from like the north wall of the room, like the vault, not the
Mm-hmm.
And you'll sort of like hear the door open again, ringing of more keys. Okay. Talon, Mirai, Azrael, Cordelia, are you guys going to take a rest? Because it is like early evening.
Yes, but I think we should have watches.
Yes, agree to that one.
Why? It's safe here.
Oh yeah, no, fuck no, we're not.
No, we're not.
Okay, I sleep and you, my minions, will protect me. So I'm my
Or I
lab
could-
assistant.
Or I'm going to put your gag back on and tie you up in the corner.
Oh my.
Fine.
Mariah, you can take first watch.
I'll take second to that.
I will do third.
I guess I'm fourth.
You get the most sleep, Cordelia. But yes, we will take rests.
Mm-hmm.
Just with watches.
And I'm doing a remember. And I would like to set my resistance to slashing.
Okay. Kallista, what are you doing?
Well, did it sound like Yiv was going into the vault?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I would try to see what she was writing so angrily really quickly before making my way out. Like cracking the door just like very gently. Like if somebody's looking at it, I'm not just gonna, you know what I mean? Like things gotta be timed right, but
Mm-hmm. Give me stealth and an investigation. So it appears that she was writing in a ledger. Like it appears that the financiers are thinning. They have been following your creed. If they have money, milk them dry. If they don't have money, help them anyway.
mm-hmm.
And it does seem like they've been helping a lot of unfortunate people, and a lot of the wealthy people got themselves out anyway, so, you know. They're struggling on the cash flow front. They are at this point spending like their own resources from the vault to ensure people are protected and taken care of and fed and watered and all of those nice things. And you exit, and it's like it's crowded. There's about 200 people down there. Like there's always going to be someone, and at a certain point you kind of just either you're stuck in here or you just have to bet the odds.
Mm-hmm.
And you like see your opportunity to maneuver yourself out the door quietly, shutting it behind you without letting Yiva know anyone else was in her office. And you're just closing the door with like a soft noise. Take a step forward, immediately like crash into this person who took a random turn and placed themselves in front of you. And this person is blue.
A blue person.
Blue person.
Is it for Ellen?
Yes. And you look at him, he looks at you, and there's like a bit of like mouths opening and closing. What would you like to do?
So he recognizes me then, I take it?
Yeah.
Great. I mean, I'm just gonna try to give him a look like, don't say anything. And cover up again and try to leave.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion.
Inspiration, that.
Sure. And why don't we take our 10-minute break here? Because I really need.
Okay.
And
Okay.
we shall reconvene in 10 minutes.